Okay, I think I'm going to start. So, good morning, everyone. Okay, I promise I won't make you feel sleepy or anything like that, because I think we're going to talk about something that is very important for all of us. So before I begin, I would just like to say that I'm very happy to be here at ELTA Albania's International Conference. It's been a while. I remember all those regional conferences that we used to go to, and they were so much fun and so educational. So today I'm going to talk about something, as I said, that is very important to all of us. Are there any ministry people present this morning? Good. Okay. No. Yes? No. Good. Okay. Okay. So I would also like to say that all the views that I express in this talk are not the official views or positions of IATEFL in any way, because I'm going to be talking about something that can be quite controversial, but it is very, very important for us teachers. So I'm going to talk about our working conditions. And why? It's because I feel that we don't talk enough about them, that we keep ignoring certain things. Things have not changed at all since the pandemic, but I'll explain a little bit more in my talk. So something that inspired me to write this talk is what I faced back in 2020. And I'm sure that you all remember March of 2020. And that's when we were faced with one of the most challenging times in our history. And I think that 2020 marked the beginning of this surreal reality for all of us. And this surreal reality brought about changes in basically all aspects of life and work. Now, working conditions for teachers back in 2020 became even more complex, more difficult, more challenging, and they imposed more demands and responsibilities on teachers. So what we had to do back in 2020, and I remember the exact date when I had to transition to emergency remote teaching, because we cannot refer to it as online teaching because it wasn't. I remember the date, the 16th of March, because it happened so suddenly. It was just overnight. I have my own language school, so it was very difficult for me to, first of all, understand the whole situation, and then to understand how can I actually continue teaching. So as I said, we had to transition really quickly to emergency remote teaching, but we did not have appropriate materials, we did not have appropriate training, and we did not have appropriate support. One of the most important things in our profession. So in some countries, such as mine in Macedonia, teachers had to teach both face-to-face and online at the same time. And what this caused is that it increased working hours. So we had teachers who went from, let's say, 20 working hours per week, they went up to 40 working hours. So they had to deal with students who were there in the classroom, but also students who were online as well. What happened to the teachers is that, first of all, their preparation time increased, and I'm sure you remember what that meant for you as well. And why? Because you did not have appropriate materials to continue teaching. We did not have appropriate training as well, because nobody expected that something like this would actually happen to all of us. We also had to become IT experts because we had to provide technical support to our students. So what we had to do is we had to teach them English, but we also had to teach them how to use different platforms, how to use different apps, but we also had to learn the same things. So we also had to think not only about these things, but we also had to think about those students who did not actually have computers, right? They did not have the appropriate equipment. And then connectivity was an issue in many parts of the world. So our students could not get online, teachers could not get online. So what we had to do is we had to learn really quickly how to deal with all of these obstacles. Instead of teaching, right, we became problem solvers, but problem solvers connected to the internet, to the tech that we used, etc. Some of us, not me personally, but a lot of teachers turned into TV and radio presenters because they had to record, write programs, educational programs for TV or radio in their countries. This is something that we saw happening in Macedonia, we saw it happening in Serbia, in Croatia, even in Venezuela, and a lot of countries in Africa. So we became these TV and radio stars, trying to provide some form of education to students in our countries. What we also had to face were all these curricula changes and syllabi changes, right? And we had to adapt a lot of materials because, as I said, we did not have the appropriate support, appropriate training, or appropriate materials to do that. We also had to take on new roles. We all know that as teachers, we are not only teachers, we are parents, we are brothers, we are sisters, we are grandparents, right? We are even like managers, so we need to manage the classroom, we need to manage all the challenges that we face every single day. So this was very, very difficult for us teachers because this is not something that we were educated for, basically. So what happened to us is that we were forced, and I always emphasize this verb, we were forced to pivot to fully remote instruction without any warning or preparation time at all. So it happened overnight. So it totally changed how we delivered instruction. Then we had all the health threats, we had all the health risks connected to the situation, but also the economic consequences of the pandemic. So all of these factors create this very, very unique and very stressful and demanding context for teachers' work. I don't have to tell you about that a lot. I'm sure you are all familiar with that. Now, in her latest publication, Sofia Mavridi, she did a research on the experiences during COVID-19 with a focus on language teachers. And she shared her results in a webinar that she did for the British Council, and this is an open access publication, so you can download it from the British Council website. And it really is shocking and eye-opening, all of these things that she put together in her report. So what she shared with us is that 91% of teachers never actually taught online before. 91%, okay? So we were completely illiterate when it came to online teaching. 83% of teachers, 83% of us, we did not receive substantial training when we had to move to online teaching. 49 of us, we had to organize our own training, and we did not have a lot of time before we started teaching online. And what this shows is that we have a lack of institutional support for language teachers all over the world, unfortunately. Mavridi's research also focused a lot on teaching young learners, because I'm sure you will agree with me when I say that they are the most challenging group to teach, right? Okay, because we did not have materials to teach young learners. A lot of them had to ask their parents for support, okay? Because there had to be someone at home with them to support them, turning on the computer, connecting their audio or video, etc. But also, e-safety was an issue, and it still is. And of course, the screen time. We know that our children are in front of the screens most of the day, but it was usually for fun and not for education. Now, all of these things, when you look at these percentages, they put additional pressure on teachers, not only in terms of workload, but also in terms of our well-being. So there are a lot of teachers out there who now suffer from mental health issues because of this pressure. And according to Sophia, this is not connected to the modality of teaching. It's not about whether you teach online or face-to-face. We were faced with this very steep learning curve. And we had all of these increased expectations, right? We had this increased workload. We had all of these challenges that we had to face on our own because we did not have adequate preparation, adequate training, and adequate support. What Mavridi's research also actually revealed is an increasing demand to professionalize our profession. And I say to professionalize because we call our profession a profession, but if you look at the research, if you look at all those articles in journals from different countries, teaching is not considered a profession. It's considered a semi-profession. Why? Because we do not fulfill all of the conditions of something that we would call a profession, unfortunately. So I think that it's truly, truly sad that we had to go through this pandemic to realize that we need a great change in our profession. We have had numerous attempts, we have had numerous calls to professionalize teaching. However, nothing has changed. And what resonates with me very strongly is that we are faced with great expectations. So, we are expected to be twice as good, twice as altruistic, twice as flexible, and only one half as concerned with salary. And I would add, with our working conditions, unfortunately. Now, let's focus on the working conditions. Now, when we say working conditions, what do you consider working conditions? I'm sorry? Environment, school, technology. Good. Available resources. Good, okay. Well, according to the European Foundation for the Improvement of Living and Working Conditions, they define working conditions as conditions in and under which we perform work. But a working condition is this characteristic or a combination of characteristics of work that can be modified and improved. And I always, again, emphasize these words. They can be modified and improved. They are not set in stone. Now, in the European Council's conclusion from the 26th of May 2020 on European teachers and trainers for the future, they said that working conditions are actually identified as essential to recruit and retain teachers, because what we are facing today, now, this very moment, is a lot of teachers leaving our noble profession. Because why? Teachers, actually, what we do in our schools and in our classrooms depends on how we perceive our working conditions. And if we are not happy with them, we are not going to be happy teachers. We are not going to be teachers at all. Now, they also need to be an essential part to actually attract all of these young people who are present here today to stay in the profession, but also they're an essential element to improve the status of our profession. Now, what are these working conditions? And I hope you can see them. So we're going to start with salary, working hours as well. We talk about health and social and pension benefits, good school management and leadership, that's also a working condition, facilities, what the school provides, and teacher-student ratio. So how many students do you have in your classes? 35, 33. Oh, wow, okay. Well, I have colleagues, teachers, who teach in different parts of the world, and some of them have 250 students in one class, which is unbelievable. 250. So can you imagine that? Yeah. Also, access, you mentioned this, access to resources and professional development. That's also one of your working conditions. This is something that needs to be provided by all the educational institutions in our countries and schools. Level of autonomy that you have as teachers. What would you say is your level of autonomy? Very low, very high, average? Do you feel that you're in control of your teaching and decisions that you make, or are decisions made for you? Exactly. Also, your involvement in the decision-making process is not good enough, right? It's non-existent in so many places, but that's also a working condition. So we're not going to take a look at all of these working conditions because it's impossible to do it in the time that I have left for this talk. But we're going to focus on those that I feel we always worry about, and that's salary and working hours, right? Okay. Why? Because what the pandemic actually showed is that teachers around the world are increasingly employed under precarious and shoddy conditions. They're not very good. We have part-time contracts that are on the rise. We have a growing lack of respect and support for one of the world's most essential professions. And this was written in 2018, so even before the pandemic, but it's still true today. Now, let's take a look at some numbers. So what I would like you to do is just talk to someone sitting next to you or behind you or in front of you, and I would like you to take a look at these numbers and then talk to each other. What do these numbers mean? What is 5,000? What is 42? What is 40? Etc. Okay? I'll give you a minute for this. So let's see what these numbers mean. Okay, so let's see. It's not a quiz. I'm not going to give you any prizes, okay? But let's see if you can guess what these numbers refer to. So let's start with, I'm going to do this as, Jeopardy for 5,000. So what do you think 5,000 refers to? I'm sorry? It's not the pay, for sure. Maybe 5,000 likas or dinars or kunas, right? Oh, you don't have kunas anymore in Croatia. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Hours of teaching in a month? Okay. That would be a lot. Any other guesses about 5,000? Ah, good. Okay, transportation to work. Yeah, well, you need to go to work, right? So you need to invest money in it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What about 80,000? That's true. So how much paper you actually pay for yourself, right? Okay, to copy tests and worksheets and stuff like that. Okay, it's not pay, right? It's not salary. We wish, but okay. What about 12? 12 months of the year, yes. Minimum working experience? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I personally, you know what, when you have your own school, and that's one of the perks, you don't necessarily have a lot of students in your group, so my maximum is 10, not even 12. Yeah, so I'm lucky. Okay, what about 42? Age. You think I'm 42? I'm not 42. Okay. I'm older than 42. Okay, what's 42? Hours per week? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry? Number of students could be. Okay. What about 40? Okay, again, hours per week. Number of people at faculty, okay. Not my age again. Okay. Ooh, I wish. I wish. Okay, what about 440? A lot of fours up there, right? What about 440? Salary. 440 of what? Pardon, John? Euro? Okay. Dollars? Something, right? Okay, well, let me tell you what they are. So 5,000 and 80,000 refer to the salaries according to the European Agency for Education. But these salaries, starting from the lowest, teachers, 80,000 school administrators in Europe. So they earn more money than teachers. Okay, and this is research that's been done by the agency, so it's not, you know, the numbers that I just put there. Do you know that pre-primary teachers, they tend to earn less than secondary school teachers? Why? Exactly, nobody knows why. And the least focus that we get is actually on pre-primary education and pre-primary teachers. Okay, and they are the ones who actually prepare children for upper levels of education. The number 12 refers to the number of years that you as a teacher in Denmark would need to reach the highest salary in that country. So 12 years, that's not too bad, right? Because if you live in our region, it would take you between 40 and 42 years to reach the highest salary as a teacher. 40 to 42 years. That's your whole working life as a teacher. That's just shocking. So when I think about my age, you know, being 18, I still have time to retire. 18 plus 30. I'm 48 actually. So I have about 14 years to retire as according to law because of my age. I think I can go, I think I can retire at the age of 62 as a woman. And I'm scared because although I have my own language school, I earn the minimum salary because I cannot afford a raise for myself. So I'm very scared of 62 because I know that I won't be able to afford to pay my bills, to support my daughter, or to do anything in my life. That's why I take on a lot of freelance work, to be honest. 440 euros, according to the Statistical Office of the Republic of Macedonia, is the average teacher salary, which I don't think is true, to be honest. It is maybe true for those teachers who've been out there for a while, but not those teachers who are just starting out. And also, the highest salary that a teacher in Macedonia can get is about, with all, you know, the benefits that they have because of the number of years that they've been working, is around 500 euros. And I have teachers here, friends from Macedonia, and I think that they can confirm that. When I tried to find the average salary for a teacher salary for Albania, I couldn't find the exact amount. I could only find, according to your statistical office, that the average salary in Albania is 600 euros. Is that true? Okay, good. Good for you, because it's not like that in Macedonia. No, in general. I couldn't find the exact average salary of teachers in Albania. I could only find the general one. And I think that even if it's 600 euros here in Albania, I think it's too low. So these numbers all refer to how much we have to work to earn our pension in about 40 or 42 years. So let's focus now on the working hours. Now, how many working hours do you have a week? 6 hours per day, that's 30 hours per week. Okay. How many hours of those 30 hours do you actually spend on teaching? Is it the 30 hours? What about the other hours? What do you do? Exactly. So if we look at the data that we have from OECD, they do all of these surveys about, you know, different professions around the world. So they also did a survey on the teachers' working hours. So according to them, the primary level teachers, they spend 800 to over 1,000 hours teaching, working. Well, not teaching, working. Less than 50% of working hours is actually devoted to teaching. 52, planning, preparation, marking, admin work, tying shoelaces, taking them to the bathroom, talking to their parents, talking to the school administrators. That's what we do instead of focusing 100% on teaching. It's even worse for private language school teachers, because I will also focus on the private sector, because I know that we have teachers here from the private sector as well. They do about 30 to 40 contact hours a week. You cannot really find any kind of research on the private sector, okay, which is truly amazing, because a lot of teachers are in the private sector, because we are basically invisible to our governments. Also, you might say that you work 30 hours per week, but we also know that you go home and you have your prep time and your admin time at home as well. And they add approximately 10 hours a week to your working hours. Now, I conducted a survey, kind of a research on the private sector, and I focused on private language schools, private primary and secondary schools, so those that are accredited by our government and governments of other countries, and private higher educational institutions. I had about 60 participants from 13 different countries, from Europe, South America, and Asia. Now, 71.4%, they work in private language schools. 62 have permanent employment, but 14% are on a fixed-term contract for more than a year, but 25% are on a fixed-term contract for only 1 year, or even less. Sometimes it's just 1 semester. They teach between 8 and 50 hours. Does anybody teach about 50 hours, like actual teaching? Okay. I used to do that when I first started teaching. I used to teach 6 days a week. I taught about 50 hours a week. I taught on Saturdays from 10 in the morning until 8 in the evening. So I would take a bus to work in the mornings or afternoons, depending on my schedule. And I couldn't think about anything but numbers, tests, points, words, vocabulary that I need to teach. So my whole life revolved around these 50 hours a week. It was draining. They also said that they have about 30 to 20 hours of prep time, which is unpaid. And then some of them said that they spend 0 hours a week on administrative duties. And I always say, I would really love to meet this teacher. Okay, they must be the best teacher in the world, okay, if they don't do any kind of administration. But some of them go up to 20 hours of administrative duties. 2.5 euros to 25 euros per lesson. That's the average pay that they get. Some of them receive 300 euros per month, and the highest salary that they reported is 1,800. 73 are not happy with the money that they receive for their work. These are some of the comments that I received also. So I'm just gonna let you read this. Okay, now who can relate to to comment number 1, to the first point? Who can relate? I personally can relate to this because I now teach minimum hours per week, and as of September, I probably won't be teaching at all. What about point 2? Who can relate to this? No professional development opportunities. Students don't show a lot of progress because you don't have enough time. Salary paid legally. This probably does not refer to state school teachers because you have to receive your salary legally, but who can relate to this? When I started teaching, I would get one part of my salary into my bank account with benefits paid, and then the other in a little envelope. Okay. What about the extra hours? Do you get, even state school teachers, do you get paid for your extra hours? Never. You don't even get paid for your transportation, right? Okay. What about the last one? Receiving the minimum into a bank account, so you get the minimum pension benefits. Exactly. And this is really sad because when we talk about teachers' working conditions, okay, we think that we are all so happy because we teach children, right? We educate the future. But nobody ever asks, how do you pay your bills? How do you support your family? There was another survey that was done in France, again, private sector, and this one was back in 2014. So less than 20 euros per hour, that's gross amount, that includes all the benefits that you need to pay, all the taxes that you need to pay, etc. And they all earned the minimum wage. There is a huge disparity in hourly rates, so some receive up to 50 euros back in 2014, but some of them work for 5 euros. They say here 30, but I'll tell you why I say 5. So that's why when I talk about teachers' working conditions, I talk about McDonald's teachers. And let's see why. ESL teacher from non-English speaking countries, this is from a job ad, $6 per hour. Near native ESL teacher, meaning someone from the Philippines only, $5. Native ESL teacher, and UK, US, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, $16 per hour. £15 for an hour's teaching. This comes from a very public job ad by one of the greatest, biggest educational institutions in the world, the British Council. And your minimum expected working load is 20 hours per week. Why do I call us McDonald's teachers? It's because of this. So, teachers receive even less money than those who work at McDonald's. And I don't have anything against people who work at McDonald's. It's a perfectly honest job. However, teachers are not supposed to make the same amount of money. Now, in a talk that was an eye-opening talk for me by Bernie Sanders, I think, Bernie Sanders something. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name. It was part of the ITFL web conference. She talked about the working conditions of teachers in the UK, and she asked this question: do I tell my friends that 2 or 3 teachers out of 30 have a permanent contract, that an hourly rate is less than £15, there is no holiday pay, there is no sick pay, there is no pension, prep time is unpaid, there are no paid meetings and you're expected to attend all of them, breaks are used for work because they don't have enough time, but they are not paid again. Bernie Kennedy, see? And this is truly, truly shocking. Why? Because you have school chains, she used the example of Kaplan in the United States. They pay $37.5 per hour, and that is right below the required threshold that stops their teachers from being entitled to benefits, such as sick pay, holiday pay, health insurance. So they do it on purpose so that they don't have to pay for all of these benefits for their teachers. And this is something that you can also see in Japan or in Canada, for example. And in Spain, they even have a collective agreement, and it says that you are paid at least minimum 12 euros per hour. You have 14 days of holiday, and you have 1 paid hour of preparation time per 30 hours of teaching. So this is truly, truly amazing. Now, with the expansion of online teaching, and I know that a lot of state school teachers also started teaching online private lessons so that they could actually afford to pay their bills, this situation is getting worse, okay? So there are platforms that even fine you if you work for them. They fine you if you are late, if you are sick, if you are absent for any reason. So you don't get paid at all. Now, who are these gatekeepers, as I call them, that actually prevent any kind of real change in our education, in our working conditions? And according to Urban Dictionary, these gatekeepers are those people who think that they are the ones who decide who does or who does not actually have access or rights to community or identity. So they prevent teaching becoming a true profession. And instead of teachers serving as gatekeepers of their classrooms, okay, to prevent anyone interfering with their work, we actually have these very politically and commercially driven gatekeepers who prevent the real change in our wonderful profession. Now, the first gatekeepers that I always talk about, and that's why I have, do you recognize that person over there? Do you know who that is? Darth Vader. So I call them the Darth Vaders of education. They are usually policymakers, politicians, who do not vote for your pay rise, who do not vote for the improvement of working conditions. And this is a photo that I found on Facebook, and with permission, I'm sharing this photo with you. This is from the voting of the government in Tuzla, which is part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the green ones are who? What do you think? What did they vote for? Yep. But the yellow ones, they abstained. They didn't want to vote on this very important issue. So all things stayed the same. So that's why I call them Darth Vaders, because they prevent real change, and they do not see teaching as a valuable profession that the governments should invest in. They should invest more in curriculum development. They should invest more in teacher training. They should invest more in school facilities, and they should invest more in you as people. Another problem that we have is the ease of access to our profession. Because, again, we are not seen as a true profession, a serious one. And it seems that society prefers to get teachers by easing access to this profession rather than by offering higher rewards. So in other fields such as medicine, for example, or lawyers or engineers, okay, they have these very, very high entry standards into the profession, and that's not something that is happening in ELT. Why? Because according to Macmillan, as long as the bar, and he refers to CELTA and other TEFL qualifications, for access to the profession remains so low, EFL teachers are going to continue to be undervalued. Have you ever heard of backpacker teachers or backpacking teachers? Yes, who are they? Do you know? Woohoo, party time. Exactly. So they see teaching as an opportunity for themselves to travel and have fun, live in Asia or in South America, okay? Nobody checks them. Nobody checks their background. Nobody asks them about any other qualification but this 100-hour TEFL course that they do. And if we are connected on LinkedIn, you will see that quite often I comment on job ads that put CELTA or any other TEFL qualification as the first condition for employment. Because I strongly believe that you need to have a BA, not necessarily in English language teaching, but a BA, so you need to have a university degree so that you can continue, right, educating yourself and developing professionally so that you can actually teach at some point. Because all of these TEFL qualifications, the requirements are usually that you are 18 and over, that you have a good knowledge of English, and that you love to travel. Okay, I mean, I'm not 18, but I love to travel, right? But yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So what we have here is a very loose standards on teacher qualifications, okay? Because it's so much easier to hire new teachers, newly qualified with all these TEFL qualifications, and pay them less than paying you more and investing in you more. So these are some of the job ads that you will find. Palfish. Must be fluent in English, some teaching experience, must possess a teaching certificate, TESOL, TEFL, or CELTA, must be a native English speaker, no degree required. Official course instructors must be a native English speaker, again, teaching certificate, US, Canada, etc., passports, no degree required again. Philippines course instructors must be a fluent English speaker from the Philippines and must have a teaching certificate, and that's it. So, that's why we get this. Do you think I could teach English in Malaysia? Do you think I could build houses somewhere? Okay? And I'm a TEFL worker. I'm not an architect. So if you can do my job, can I do yours? And this is the usual thing that we get. So this leads us to the issue of mandatory standardized qualifications for entry into our EFL or ESL teaching profession. And these traditional professions like, doctors, lawyers, engineers, nurses, or whoever, they will never resort to loosening their licensing standards just to recruit and retain quality practitioners. But that's exactly what happens in our profession. We are terrible at keeping up these standards. So that's why we have still institutions that perpetuate this myth of a native speaker. So what we have here is the constant fight between native and non-native speakers of English, and I really don't like using those terms. I usually say proficient speaker of English as second language or proficient speaker of English as first language. So this fight is ongoing all the time, every single day, every single hour, every single minute. But what we could do is we can fight this bias. And in 2008, the British Council published this Equal Opportunity and Diversity Handbook that was written by a very good friend of mine, David Valente. And he recommended these actions to actually fight this bias. So this is applicable not only to private language schools, but this is, I think, applicable across the sector. So they need to be proficient users of English, L1, L2, doesn't matter. Trained and qualified, experienced, committed to professional development, willing to experiment with new teaching approaches, able to tailor lessons according to learners' needs, and in that way, maybe we can change the situation that we are in. And I would just like to finish by saying that schools cannot become the best places for our students to learn unless we make them the best place for us teachers to work and grow. And that's why I will continue talking about teachers' working conditions, and I will continue to fight for the improvement of our working conditions and for the respect that we deserve. So thank you very much. And I'm right on time. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, you're more than willing to, what did I say? I'm more than willing to answer them. So are there any questions, any comments before we start with the next session? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I cannot comment on unions because I'm not part of a member of a union. I'm just saying, yeah, but I think the situation is the same everywhere, to be honest, and I think that we as teachers are very quiet. We're extremely quiet. We see that things are not good, but we still stay quiet. Mm-hmm. I'm from the region, so I understand perfectly what you mean. I understand perfectly what you mean, yeah. But I think that if we talk more and more about this, just like talking about native speakerism, we will start making changes, small ones, but, you know, some changes. Okay, so if there are no questions or comments, thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Alex, again for the brilliant presentation. And I think this is something that represents the problems and challenges of all teachers from the region and all countries, I guess. So it was useful for everybody. Thank you. I have two short announcements to do. First of all, we will be having parallel sessions in 5 rooms. The online sessions will be in this classroom, in this Aula Magna room, okay? Whereas the other sessions are as they are, as you see in the program. Another announcement, you just received a paper with some training sessions that are offered by Catholic University, Our Lady of Good Counsel, and foreign language teachers. They are accredited by the Ministry of Education in Albania. They are for Albanian teachers. So anybody who is interested, you can leave us your email address and name and surname. And there are some girls that will instruct you on this, okay? Enjoy the rest of the day. Now it's Archana waiting for us. We are looking forward to the presentation of Archana. In 10 minutes, Archana, welcome. In 10 minutes we will start.
Welcome to our conference. Yeah. Although it might be a little late for you, but it's morning here in Albania. It's noon. Oh, okay, good. But not lunch yet, okay? No. Okay. Now, just to present you to the participants here in this conference. So, actually, last night we had a big party. And we sleep very late at night, you know. Some of the young teachers, they stayed up early in the morning. So, perhaps, I mean, they are on the way coming, and we are expecting to have them here. Now, just to, though, my master program students, but also the other teachers here, senior teachers, they know a little bit about you, and I'm just going to read kind of, I mean, short biography of yourself. So, as a speaker today, we are having Dr. Archana Bhattacharya from India. And she's an educator, social activist, philanthropist, a former state badminton player, and a lifelong learner. As an associate professor, she retired as academic vice principal and Hot English Kyokan College in India. She is the guru of India, and that's why we have invited Dr. Archana Bhattacharya to be here with us and to give some of her experiences to share with us today. Yeah, so just we are going to give the floor to Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you. No,
Yes, yes,
not
you
yet.
are.
Thank you, Dr. Archana. And I'm asking now the audience if they do have any questions, because, I mean, your talk was great, just to give us a full view of how Indian education is proceeding and improving day by day. Actually, I do have one question. How do you come up to have the learning and educational system, or learning and teaching, to be self-reliant? So, because here in Albania, the education system cannot be thought of being self-reliant. So, how can you just give one of your political insights? Because, I mean, it comes from the policy rather than from the teachers. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Dr. Archana. And yeah, hope that the teachers here are going to practice what you told them about their teaching in their classes in different kinds of levels, because the primary thing to address our teaching is the learner, young or adult learner that we are having in our classes. Thank you so much, and hope to have you another time in one of other conferences that we are having. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Now we have another presenter, and she is Shada Francis from South Africa. Hello, Shada. Your, yeah, now yes, yes. Yeah. Yes, Shada? You cannot share. Don't worry, so just talk about, just in a form of discussion with the audience. Don't worry. Technology, we know, sometimes doesn't work. Yes. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yes, Shada. E kuptoni që atë? Yeah, go on, because I mean in 10 minutes we are finished.
Hello. Hi, Shara. It's nice to see you again, even though virtually. You asked the question previously, what are we doing as future teachers and as I don't know, maybe the internet is not working. I have no idea, but I can clearly see you, so. So we've had a meeting virtually before by Professor Delia, and I have asked you a couple of questions in that meeting, and today it's not that I really have a question, I just totally agree with what you're saying. When students come to our school, when they enter the first grade, they get introduced to so many subjects. I currently teach in an American school, and first grade, even kindergarteners are so, they have so many subjects to learn. They have science, they have domain, they have English, and it looks like we are killing their creativity. And there was this question posed by a professor of mine a couple of weeks ago, and he told me, you know, Shakespeare used to be a student too. He took it as an example, and he would write during his classes. What would you do if you were teaching and explaining and a student of yours wasn't paying attention to you, and because he was doing something of his own? And I told him, you know, I would stop him because he should pay attention to what I'm saying, and he should be focused on the, you know, the learning process that is happening inside the classroom. And she told me, you know, you could be killing his creativity. He might be doing something great, and you are stopping him. And that's where that's the moment I understood that it was, you know, it is just the school system, the educational system, the curriculum. I would like to, you know, teach differently, let my students show their creative side. I do that sometimes, but I cannot do it, you know, every day during my classes because it's impossible. I need to follow a curriculum, a syllabi. So, but I totally agree with what you're saying. That's all I wanted to say.
Any other questions? You, the others? I have a question for you, Shadan. So here you mentioned that teachers have to change the routine of their teaching. And also the curriculum should be changed in line with what the corporates and what the industry is asking for, to make it more reliable and to make it in line with the development of the country. So why do you think that it is important? Until now, we've not considered, in our curriculum design, the industries or the businesses. But through your presentation, I could understand that really it is important. So what's the role of the teacher now in being present in all these changes? Yes. Yeah. The role of the teacher. The role of the teacher, not only in teaching, but also, in taking part in making changes in curriculum design, but also in connection or collaboration with businesses as well. Yeah. Thank you.
To measure knowledge. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question again?
Can you
The state, the government? Yes. Yes.
may I say something? I'm sorry. Okay, I agree with everything that you are saying right now, but the thing is how we can omit tests when we are obliged to do these exams because the curriculum says so. I agree with the fact that we should have more diversity, but how we can approach these things to every and each of our students if we are obliged to put in practice what the curriculum says. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Shada. Okay, thank you for your talk today, and I guess all the audience now know how to collaborate with businesses, with parents, with authorities in their schools or in the community in order to make our teaching far better and to create more critical thinkers in our classes and not to have our students be only like puppets and repeating what the teachers say, but to prepare them for life, as you mentioned in your presentation, to make them more useful in the future work, but also in the market. Because who knows? I mean, now we are living in the world village, as if to say now, because we are open and Albanians are working everywhere nowadays, not only in Albania, but everywhere, even in South Africa, in China. Yeah. So we have to change the mentality of teaching. So our collaboration and your insights on teaching with businesses is very important for us as teachers. To teach our students and in order for them to develop their life skills. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So we'll hope, I mean, we are having you in other talks with the students at the university who prepare student teachers and teachers for the future, but also in our conferences, ELT conferences, I mean, with the young and senior teachers in Albania. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye. Richa, we are meeting you half an hour late, or I don't know. It's about 1 here in Albania, but yeah, almost 40 minutes, okay? So see you later. Yeah. See you later. Oh, near lunchtime? Atëherë, tani kemi lunchtime dhe në 12:30 fix do fillojmë me Richën, sepse është duke na pritur.
Po, universiteti, por nëse thosh
Dakor?
universiteti. Po. Në rregull. Tematika, dakor.
Aktualisht ne nuk kemi të konfirmuara data, por trajnimet janë të konfirmuara. Shumë shumë. Të lutem, nëse na ndjek të rrjetet tona sociale, Facebook, Instagram, aty na fiqen të gjitha trajnimet.
Shumë bukur.
Nëse keni plotësuar listën e prezencës, ne do i mbajmë të gjitha
kontakt. Në rregull, shumë bukur. Ato janë, sa i ke kredi me besoj me këtë pagesë, apo sa
po normalisht gjithë procedurat siç thonë nga ministria,
5.000 lekë.
1.000 lekë, 1.500 normalisht.
Në rregull, fare pyeta, që ta dim. Jo, për atë.
Goca, faleminderit për pyetjet. Edhe shumë perfekt dhe shumë saktë. Komplimente. Dori. Paraqitu në bazë.
Ore Shqipëria është shitur me rrëzën e ashutit do sigurisht. Çfarë siguria do?
S'bëjmë vapë tash.
Ë?
S'bëjmë vapë.
Çfarë ishte shumë ligjimi do. Dhe me punon shumë.
Tu s'kishëm. Do të isha Anita që.
Po kisha Anita atë online.
Si do prapë kjo është? Raja.
Po, kjo është
Po pretë të continuo vetëm me telefon. Pretë të shkoj.
Me ne si orar, se është në Etiopi, ndërsa kjo është në Indi, Raqa, dhe Raqa është 4 orë diferencë.
Ajo e djesh me kacit e bërë, prezentim nga të shumë, tas po përmën nga zgjohë, ta që e po tim nga po më të po i këtë është më tia. Që të të më? Ajo, e para në rogë. Mate i vjese kompasë, ma rogë, më pare ku me të fërë, bësë të bërë. Jo, raqa që fërë në
Enolia. Hello. How are you? Yeah. Thank you. You look great.
Thank you, so do you.
So it's very hot in there, yeah?
Yes, it's always hot here. Yes. Very. The AC on and the fan is blowing and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so we are delighted to have you here, and just to make a short, very brief presentation of you. So this is Enolia Foti from Angola, and she's going to talk about how to motivate and inspire through teaching at any level. And I mean, after COVID-19, we all need inspiration and we need motivation, especially the young generation. So Enolia is an award-winning international speaker and author, global influencer, social entrepreneur, life business coach, and global ambassador of peace. She is the CCO for FAV Unite TV, global director for EU Champions International, and global affairs director for You Think Indigo, and also a think tank. So she's the founder of and the Zoja of Enolia LLC and Expressions of Humanity Foundation. So she does a lot of humanitarian just work and helping people, I mean, in global activism, but also she provides life skill training in different kinds of communities. She leverages education as well as media and technology to build a global exchange of accessible knowledge, culture, and essentials. She holds actually a BS in mathematics from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst and MBA from Regis University, where she graduated in the top 1% of her class, joining the Alpha Sigma New Honor Society. So, see, I mean, we are having Enolia Foti, the greatest speaker, I would say. But also, she is a book writer, and her book, although actually I've ordered the book on Amazon, and I'm expecting the book to come in. And once I get it, I'm going to share with my colleagues here. So, Enolia, now this is your time to talk to all the audience, and they are, the majority, they are very young teachers. So just to promote and to inspire them in their future career. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. It is with great honor that I am here to speak with you. It's wonderful to be here, and it's wonderful to feel present and to know that you are the gifts that's going to inspire the world. So how to motivate at every level has two significant pieces to it. The first piece is
Hello, Elohim.
Yes.
I am Mirë. I am a master student. Well, I would say that your speech was really inspiring, and without downgrading the other presentations, I would say that this is the most inspiring, motivational presentation I've heard so far, and thank you a lot for, let's say, giving this opportunity, for sharing your, let's say, thoughts and ways of how to get motivated so as to motivate students as well. And me as a teacher to be really needed that, and thank you very much. I wanted to say this. Thank you a lot.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for your words, for your encouragements today. I like the part about the seed. I'm an English teacher here in Tirana, and sometimes when I'm planting these seeds of hope and joy, I don't get many smiles back at the moment, because most of the kids come overwhelmed in my classes. They're sad sometimes. But the beautiful thing about the seed is that once you plant it, it's under the ground, and you don't see the reactions, because all the reactions are under the ground. But once it's all done under the ground, it definitely will come up. So with that joy that we are spreading the love, we're continuing, because to be honest, sometimes we feel overwhelmed ourselves as teachers. Because sometimes parents would come and would say to me, "You are always happy." And of course, I'm not always happy. I have my own days when I feel overwhelmed and sad. But when I'm in the class, I try to do and to be positive and to spread those words of hope and smiles in the faces of the kids I teach. So thank you again, very inspirational in fact, and sending you positive vibes back.
Thank you so much, and I want you to know that each of you are the gift. Do you know that sometimes those children will not see happiness until they lose you? And that we already know from society and from history that the only thing that overcomes adversarial and war and everything else is the gift of love. And I don't say that I say that with all of the love in my heart, because it is that child or it is that person that wants to act out and have anger because they have the absence of love, because they've been surrounded with the negativity or the anger or the situation or the circumstance that is very, very negative. And we don't realize that we create in that classroom a safe space, a place where the guard can be let down sometimes, a space where the only time that they hear the positivity, even though it may be direction and learning and everything else, it might be that your presence, your being, how you choose to see life, how you choose to express that thought, that light, and how you choose to address the learning. And the way that you do is the only positivity that you'll get. You are like the beacon of light in the midst of the storm. And when ships are sailing, some will come out of the storm and will be under the light, and some will not, some will go off the storm. That's not our choice. But our choice is that the light is always shining and is consistent. And it allows for those who choose to come out of the storm to come out of the storm. And let me tell you, you touch one heart the right way, you've done your job for a life. So think about the fact that you touch many hearts. So you truly are the gift in some of these children's lives, and some of these people's lives, because the sin stands for us. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Enolia, and thank you for bringing to your talk this new methodology for us here in Albania, because we are not getting used to this empower, achieve, succeed methodology, starting from yourself. And actually we teachers, we not only here in Albania but everywhere in the world, we forget ourselves. So we think only of the students, we think of the family, we think of other things, but we forget ourselves, which means that we are in the focal point of the teaching. So if we do not know who we are, what we are, and how to empower ourselves, how can we teach our students and, I mean, the new generation to continue teaching and to love their work, what they do everywhere they are. So I love this methodology and also the 7 principles of self-mastery tools, which are really, I mean, very important in our work. So you are giving me a new insight on the way, on revising my schedule now, and also the curriculum of methodology with my students in the master program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
again, Professor Linda, it's an honor to be here with you, always.
Yeah, so hope, I mean, we are going to have you as a guest speaker with my students in my classes, because I do teach methodology, so why not to have you and to have your experience, because students need to know what's going on with the other part of the world as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Enola, and we hope to have you very soon. I guess by October we start our lessons, but now we'll continue with the other speakers as well. And thank you for being with us, Enola. Bye-bye. Now we are having the new another presenter, which is new for us, because she is presenting for the first time here in Albania. And she is Richa Ranyan from India, and she's going to talk about adjusting to new realities in education and exploring new ways of teaching and learning. So, as most of us are, I mean, student teachers, but also young teachers teaching in different levels of the educational system here in Albania. Professor Dr. Richa Ranyan comes from India, and she is a postgraduate. She has a postgraduate diploma in human rights, a certificate course in negligence and laws, and has been heading Swami Devi Dale Law College for the last years, and has 24 years of relevant experience in legal field. She has got highly acclaimed academic and administrative credentials. She is an icon in the Indian educational system, and that's why we have invited Professor Richa today to share her ideas and her thoughts about how to improve our educational system, even here in Albania, through giving her experience as a principal of her college as well. So she has supervised research leading to LLM, and she has a PhD degree as well. She has published numerous research papers in legal journals of national and international repute. She has been a team leader throughout her professional career by organizing various co-curricular activities like legal aid clinics, mock parliament, moot courts, and always inspires students to go for legal aid camps and workshops in rural areas. So one day, another day, Richa, I'm going to invite you with helping the magistrate students here in Albania to how to handle a mock trial in English as well, where I do teach legal English, so yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Richa, for being today. So it's your turn now, and the audience is waiting for you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. So now I'll start with the words of my heart. Education is the passport to the future. What tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And education is the important element, and it is derived from the Latin word educator, which means the act of teaching and training. And as said by John Dewey,
Thank you, Richa, for this presentation on our situation after COVID-19 and how was this education system everywhere in the world was faced, and a lot of challenges to be encountered. So it was I mean, the teachers were unprepared at all how to work online, and we know nowadays that online teaching has become a new trend everywhere. I guess even here in Albania. Though after COVID-19, in most of the schools, it's not allowed anymore to do some online work. But even at the university, so hope the policymakers are going to understand the importance of I mean, this online learning, online teaching, and collaboration with educators online. Sometimes I have a question, but I'm going to ask the others as well. I mean, my colleagues here, if they do have a question on your presentation. So it is important to use and to embrace technology, as you mentioned. The problem is that teachers are facing difficulties in how to embrace technology. So in your schools, because I know that schools in India are far more advanced in technology and how they use technology since they are in the young ages and so on. So what advice would you give to the teachers how to use technology in their own classes? And why it is, I mean, very important for them to use technology in the class with the young learners or adults at the university level?
What I've done is, because pandemic created much chaos in everybody's life, what I made is, I made everybody sit together in one room and explain everything that what we are facing today is not everyone. So the teachers, they were unaware about the fact that what they have to do now. So I just appointed the technical, the person from the IT department, and he explained everything in such a beautiful manner that our teachers were ready to manage everything, online classes, online exams. Yeah, we faced the problem. Sometimes students who only prepare for the exams, they were kind of within 3 hours, they are able to connect the person whom we have to send. We were to create the ID, special ID, so that they should not make the trust that our exams, our papers are not checked. So everybody faced the problem. But we managed. Our teachers were quite intelligent and intelligent.
Thank you, Richa. Any questions? Any questions? No questions. Okay, Richa, thank you so much for being with us today. I highly appreciate that, not only for your expertise, but also for your being, I mean, at the weekend with us, and especially with these brilliant young teachers here in Albania, and hope another time be here personally to enjoy Albania and to have another view of our country, but also of the new teachers that we have here. How much they struggle to teach, to love teaching, and to do the work that they are requested to do. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, and now we are having another speaker. Dr. Anita Caprice Powell. Actually, she is another very great speaker. And, oh, hello, Anit. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
It is early there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We are almost, at afternoon, almost 1:30 p.m., but there might be 7:30, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and Dr. Anita Caprice Powell, and I call her my queen because, the sooner I got to meet Dr. Anita, she inspired me a lot with my teaching and what I do to you in your classes is just following her empower skills that she has with everyone, everywhere that she has the opportunity to talk about learning, teaching, and doing things. So Dr. Anita is going to talk about a new way of learning, was forming to become a new norm here in our classes. So Dr. Anita is the founder of Tappen You to You movement, LLC, Empowerment Through Spoken Word Poetry Foundation, and Engai Creative Thought Academy, Poetry and Music Publishing. Anita is a rare disease and Michigan unemployment appeal advocate. She is an award-winning international poet and speaker. She is the recipient of the Doctor of Philosophy, honoris causa, and is a Doctor of Metaphysical Science. And she has done a lot of projects, and one of them is the Global Tappen to You Peace Experience. And she is authored to You, Your Own Universe, Reflections of an Angle, book of poetry and divine feminine, My Relationships with God, a global anthology. And also Anita continues to volunteer her time and resources to our global community. Actually, Dr. Anita was planned to have her talk yesterday, but because of some commitments, very important commitments, we postponed it for today. Thank you, Dr. Anita, my queen, to be here today with us, because I didn't love and I didn't want to miss you, and all my colleagues here, they just love to have you and to listen to your talk, to your brilliant talk. And also don't forget to recite one of your brilliant poems that you have, because you are an actress as well. Yeah. So you empower everyone, so just empower my students and my colleagues here. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. And actually, it was a great inspiration especially to the young teachers, because I mean, sometimes we get confused with terms, blended learning, flip teaching, or flipped classroom classes, but also mixed learning and so on. But this is, I mean, just to make it sure that there is a big difference between these terms that we just use, which, I mean, to my opinion, we are talking about the same thing, and also making the difference between this and blended learning and the traditional teaching and learning. This is fundamental for building socialization skills, as you mentioned in your talk, but also it brings also accessibility on online learning. But also it gives the child, not only the child, but also the adults, a lot of opportunities to interact with their peers, with their other groups, establishing their ongoing, growing relationships in order to enhance their teaching and to exchange body language, which is sometimes confusable, but sometimes I mean, it is useful in our daily work with our students. So thank you for all these techniques that you just told us, how to sustain and how to work with blended learning in our classes, because now, I mean, it is time of digital world everywhere, so why not to practice it here in Albania? But teachers, especially young teachers, need to get a lot of trainings. So hope we are going to see you in other classes with my students, and why not in other conferences that ELTA Albania is going to have to inspire the Albanian teachers. First of all, I'd like to ask any of these young teachers here if they do have questions or not. So, yeah, there is a question. And welcome, Andre, my very good friend. You used to be here in Albania. So Albania is Andre's second home.
Hello, Anita. I'm Mirë, I'm a master student. Thank you for touching upon this issue that is of great concern because when COVID-19 spread all over the world, unlike developed countries like USA or other countries, the Albanian educational system was found unprepared. What I mean is that there were teachers that were not prepared enough for teaching online. There were students, on the other hand, that could not have a cell phone, because the reality is this: not all have the luxury to own a phone, or there were others that could not access internet. So this made the whole thing very, very frustrating, challenging for both teachers and students, let's say. But as time passed, things became normal. It was out of necessity that both teachers and students, let's say, managed to overcome this situation. And a big thank you really goes to you for providing, let's say, necessary tips that we really need in order to embrace this new way, or this brand new way, let's say, of teaching, that is online teaching. So I would wonder whether you would be ready maybe for us, because I'm a teacher to be, and maybe we will need further tips or further suggestions from you, whether you would be available for us, maybe if we need any further suggestion or support from you.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you a lot. Yeah, thank you, Anita.
Thank you so much. Other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anita, and hope to have you again here, okay, because you are really a great inspirator. Thank you so much. Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah, okay, now, actually we'll continue with another great speaker. She used to be here in Albania in 2010 as a Fulbright scholar. She's a professor of writings and, academic writing. She is, a professor since 2001. Her teaching specialties, research interests include English composition, fiction and non-fiction writing, and developmental reading and writing. In 2010, she had the honor to serve as a Fulbright scholar for 6 months in Tirana, in Albania, at the Tirana University, in the foreign language faculty. So she gave a huge, tremendous assistance to the improvement of the master program, degree program for new English language teachers in Albania in the Faculty of Foreign Languages. She has revisited Albania on 3 other occasions on her own, on her expenditure, on her budget, to be in other events here in Albania. She has published a number of scholarly articles and creative works, and continues to pursue her own writing career as well as work with her students there in the State University of New York in Cortland, New York. So I'm really very happy and delighted to have again Professor Andre. She's also my friend, and she was the one who made it possible for me to go last year and to present and to be a speaker with her students there. Thank you, Andre, for coming, and now it's your turn.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I'm very glad to be here with all of you. I send my greetings from us here in the States. I'm so very happy to be here, and I wish I were with you in person. I'm happy to talk with you about our future institution. I wasn't put on a PowerPoint presentation, but I think what I'd like to do is just have a conversation. I want to talk with you about some of the issues that I've been thinking about in terms of education. And we're going to do it. Everyone hear the sound?
Is it okay now? Yeah? Oh, again, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So, I was first visiting Albania in 2010, and I got to help put on the conference that year. And I remember, oh my goodness, it was such, it was hard work, but it was so engaging to be with the Albanian teachers. And we were expecting 200 teachers to show up that year's president. You remember this? what will our students be doing 20 to 30 years from now? Okay, I'm retired. But what will our students be doing? What are the jobs of the future tomorrow? Of course, we know helping students to learn English provides them the gateway to learn many kinds of skills that have value in the future. In part, this is why we continue to include our young people to learn food in these successful. But the students will need to know more than technical skills. They have to be agile, critical thinkers who can assess and deal with workplace issues in a flexible way. According to Bernard Moore, who writes for Forbes magazine, he says, as we move into the new industrial revolution, and the pace of change continues to accelerate, the skills we need to thrive in the workplace will shift with these skills. But here's what Forbes magazine said are the 10 up and most in-demand skills for the next 10 years. And there's some of these supplies of them. Number one, of course, digital literacy. Digital literacy encompasses the skills to learn, work, and navigate everyday life in a digital world. The skills involve able to use devices, software, and apps safely and with confidence. People with strong digital literacy skills can communicate and collaborate easily using digital tools and keep up with new technologies and understand how they might affect their business. As you probably already know, what we knew a year ago about apps and software, et cetera, would be completely obsolete. People would constantly have to keep up. Number two is data literacy. For most companies, data is now one of the most important and valuable business assets, which means organizations will want to employ people that are able to take data and use it effectively. Data literacy means being able to access appropriate data and work with confidence. To cultivate data literacy, work on extracting meaning from data and communicating data-based insights and outputs is very important. And if you're data literate, you'll also be able to question the integrity and the validity of any data that you're working with, rather than just reading all the information that you need. Well, this leads to, I think this is critical thinking. We're in this era of fake news, social media bubbles, information overload. Critical thinking is at the top of the list of the most vital skills that we need to cultivate for success. Thinking critically and analyzing issues and situations based on evidence rather than hearsay goes more than we need to realize. When you practice critical thinking, you can question the validity of evidence and figure out what's true and what's not in a variety of ways. And when people talk about the overall culture, just in the United is that projects help us to be more independent, learn from trial and error, and strengthen skills like interpersonal communication, decision-making, and creativity. No matter what, we're just continuing to learn our Mirë, ready projects. This is an important part. I believe we all create a more holistic, interactive learning environment. One of the ways that we do open up student tech and deposit in our community. This is what all occurred in technology of learning. Now we're going to do something more interactive, like order and beautiful in our classrooms and we can hear our students. By now we just let's start talking about how, which is our curriculum. Having a talking session before we list up the case that first say AI is a hot topic. It is here to stay. We don't want you just can't stop talking about it. Many kids stop promoting its existence. And to be honest, it's been really challenging. You know, for practice, most students who English learning classes are using apps like ChatGPT and Mirë. ChatGPT is an app where you ask it a question. How did Shakespeare write his songs? He was a real student, and he knew developers from the company OpenAI originally invented this app, ChatGPT. The invention is solving difficult problems for conversation matter. The original design as a chatbot and help generate email or GPT. And now, students are using it to write essays. And the problem is AI is able to generate responses from it. I tried it myself. I asked her to write a paragraph about the teacher today. Here's part of the game. We teach psychology issues when we go to using the tool, it almost certainly consented to realize, especially the working lives with people that were almost completely. Well, look, the film was great in April. It was written by Elena Chalmesky. She's a scholar in Northwest Korea. So I appreciate that. And she has some fascinating insights as to how to use ChatGPT and to all the recommendations into subclasses. The paper is called English Teaching is Not Enough for Me. How AI is revolutionizing teaching. Maybe the rest of the year. Here's the part of which we talked about. AI in practice content ChatGPT. He says that the value of the combined with other teaching methods to be valuable. Because we can use it in conversation partner for students to practice their speaking and listening to. The AI model can respond to students' questions and points, providing them with an opportunity to practice real-life conversations. ChatGPT can also be offered as reference scholarship at different levels of knowledge. For students with lower language skills can potentially use it as a conversation. In addition, the model can define and translate into new words, which makes it useful in trying to ensure full vocabulary. Because this is the music for writing practice, teachers can effectively provide students with personalized feedback and help them further improve their writing skills. ChatGPT can generate a multitude of writing prompts, which will provide feedback on students' written responses to these. when you saw a classroom, you read a classroom, if not, how do you do the fituar? Things in that, no people have to use it. You have to keep it in the you don't know that. Here's what I'm going to do. It's so hard to get our not down to what we saw when we did this and we did. Some of these things, that's what teachers for a long time. Now, these students are really big. You know what you're doing, and I'm really good, all the things that there is. When you start doing it, smashing their mind, reconstructing what we use our feet, or whatever we can. So in closing, I'll say this. You need to be brave, as we've always been. Nothing stays. The future is presented, you tell yourself and other people, but we are made of strong stuff. Let's go to create these new challenges and create the future right for our students. As you can see, the time we have is really long enough to explore this conference. My hope is that this talk will use all the considered for each practice that we might do to meet the challenges of the reality of the time. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Have a good day.
Okay. Andre, thank you. Thank you so much. I highly appreciate your being here today with us, though it's a little bit early there and it's weekend. Hope we are going to see you again here in Albania, okay? With my students or with other conferences that ELTA is going to have in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. And especially what I would like to highlight in your talk is about how AI, impacts, because it is impacting the educational system like all the other fields of life that it is impacting. So I think that the participants that just participated in your talk, they all are young teachers teaching in private and public schools, and some of them, they are master program students of my class, and also they find it very interesting to use technology and why not AI in their classes. So hope your talk is going to be a big challenge for them in the coming years of teaching. Thank you so much. Shikoj qik zërin. Pra, se mos mbyllet zëri pa mbaruar fjalën tjetri. Mungesë edukate mbi tëra. Po pra. Okay, now can you listen? Hey, Andre? Yes? Yes? But we are not, check your... Is it, oh yeah, yes, it is good. Now, don't worry, so, yeah, hope we are going to have you again here. So I don't think that there are questions because I just asked people here, and it's a new area that perhaps we need, all of us, professors and also, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Have a great Saturday and Sunday tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Yeah. Okay. I know that it's been a long day, especially for today, even for yesterday. But yesterday we just had some, conference time, discussions, but then we ended up dancing and not feeling, the whole tiring day that we had from morning until late at night. Even today we started with being a bit sleepy, but then we woke up. So I see that many teachers are here and hope they are going to, to get a little bit of more insight on teaching and what ELTA does. Because this is ELTA, and you have to have big trust on what we do. But we do not do things without you, first of all, because, you are the people who we are working for. Though we do everything, you and us, we do things voluntary, like Alexandra in the morning, Popovsky said in the morning. We do a lot of administration stuff, we do a lot of teaching, but what other online speakers said, that we forget ourselves, which, we shouldn't. We are human beings, first of all. We are mothers, we are daughters, we are kids, we are everything, but, we need to save our life and to know who we are. So thank you for being today, yesterday and today, and sharing a great experience together with foreign or international international speakers, online speakers, but also those that were here in our classes, and also the Albanian speakers, speakers from Kosovo, speakers from Serbia, Macedonia, and Slovenia, I guess. Yeah, there was one from Slovenia. Yeah. So, hope this is a new beginning, not as ELTA, because ELTA has a long life journey from 2002, its foundation, until now. But after, especially after the pandemic, because, everyone was locked down, we were scared, and for my experience, I would say that for 1 year, I even didn't dare to go down the stairs of my building, and to go outside. So everything was online, but still, COVID came and caught me. So, but luckily, we are alive. So we are tired now, and Elona has big, information to share with us at the ending of our conference. So some comments of the conference.
Professor Shpresa is an asset for ELTA Albania because she has been contributing for years. So I wanted her to speak first and to greet all the teachers. And I am very happy that we managed to the end of conference with large numbers of participants. So a big applause for all those who are here present right now. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you to all the presenters who are here. They are still here, some of them left. I hope that you had the chance to get an insight of the latest changes in methodology and in teaching methods, because this is the biggest conference after the pandemic for ELTA Albania. And we try to bring into focus some topics that are really useful for teachers nowadays. We will continue our mission with passion and with love to do teacher training, and many other interesting activities will take part with ELTA Albania. So join ELTA Albania and you won't be disappointed. We have many programs, many plans in the future for all teachers, not only Albanian teachers, even from other regions. Thank you very much for being here. And a big thank you to all the board members who are still present here for all the work you have done to prepare this conference. A big thank you to the IT and marketing girls who have been working with me all the time to prepare this conference. Hope to see you in other events, successful events. Now, we have the certificates of presentation and the certificates of participation for the presenters and the participants here. If you want, I can read, but I don't know if all the people are present, or you come here and take the certificates better, okay? It's quicker. Have a nice afternoon and see you soon in the other events. Goodbye.